One.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our Municipal Council agenda for Wednesday, May 20th, 2020, 1 p.m. The Canadian Forces Snowbird demonstration team has been on a 2-week tour of Canada called Operation Inspiration, which was meant to raise the spirits of a nation under pandemic restrictions. Tragically, one of the aircraft crashed Kamloops, BC on Sunday, killing Captain Jen Casey and injuring Captain Richard McDougall. Please join me in a moment of Captain Jennifer Casey. I extend our deepest condolences to the family and friends. Thank you. Welcome to the Tech-Based Gwillimbury's electronic meeting. Given that this virtual meeting is incorporating new technology, we ask all participants and viewers to be patient. I'm excited to share that with the recent upgrades to Microsoft Teams, we now have an ability to see all members of council on the screen simultaneously. With this change, I want to remind members who are using the Teams video feature to raise their hand if they would like to move, second motions, to vote, or to provide their comments and their questions. At this time, I will call the meeting to order, and seeing the members present, I confirm that we have a quorum. Is there any declaration of interest from members of council? Seeing none, then we are moving to item D. We have one item on the agenda, Administration Memorandum COVID-19 Update Number 4, which will also include a couple of additional verbal updates. Can I please have a mover and a seconder for these recommendations as presented on the agenda, including the verbal updates? Councillor Roy D. Clemente moves it, and Councillor Crothers seconds. Thank you. Now I'll call on CAO Webster to provide a brief overview of the memo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome Council to another virtual Council session as we approach now our 9th week of being in a state of municipal emergency in support of the province of Ontario and York Region as well. The COVID control team continues to meet. We have started now lessening our meeting times and dates. We initially were meeting daily, and then we went to 3 times a week, and this week we are starting to meet once a week, and others as required. And we are focusing primarily on the recovery of municipality, the economy of the municipality, the businesses, stakeholders, and as well our organization itself. And we will have more reports coming in the very near future to council as we have a dedicated staff team working on this initiative very closely. If I may, this is our 4th memo. We did want to bring some highlights to council's attention. Our library is now open for curbside pickup as one of the limited moves that the province is permitting. We will be reopening our tennis courts to the public in accordance with the Tennis Canada guidelines for social distancing in the very near future. As I mentioned, under our COVID control team, we do have a recovery group that's headed up by Chief Mackenzie that is putting together a plan to rebuild and restart our organization. In addition to that, we will be outreaching to our employees to ensure that they're engaged in that plan. You know that two-way communication is paramount. In that regard, tomorrow morning, the mayor and myself will be hosting our virtual staff town hall number 3. Generally about an hour. We've had well over 100 participants in each of the sessions, and I do thank council for attending as well and to support the staff team. We did have a session with Dr. Kurji and the mayor that was well viewed just on May 7th, 2020, and we did send a thank you appreciation letter from the mayor and myself to Dr. Kurji on behalf of council and the community. The chief has reported that we initially had a number of long-term care and group home, multiple residents under one roof settings, and those are largely starting to get in hand, and which is great news for us in our community. We have, in accordance with council instruction and direction, enacted Wi-Fi hotspots at 3 of our significant facilities, with more to come. We have staff, and we purchased 3 bikes, and we now have staff using them to attend work sites and as well to help monitor activities on the town Lake Simcoe Nokita Trail system. Our staff team continues to ensure mental health and wellness of our employee team and of the community, and there's a number of health and active living challenge videos that have been launched. And as a final note, our treasurer Warren Marshall does indicate that we still continue to deal with all residents and businesses that require any kind of relief. Fortunately, at this time, it hasn't been a groundswell of need for this for relief, but there's some statistics in this memo that will be helpful for people to see the level of take-up. Madam Mayor, that's the summary of our 4th memo on COVID-19 update.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Rodi Clemente is typed in the chat bar. She has a question or comment.
Go ahead, Councillor Rodi Clemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to confirm or clarify the statement about the public library. It was my understanding that the library was, according to the province, permitted to open for curbside pickup, but that from an operational standpoint, we were still working out some details, I think, which is pretty consistent with other public libraries across the province. I think they're using Toronto Public Library as a as an example or as a leader in the area, but I just wanted to clarify, as my understanding, that they are not open for curbside pickup yet, but that plans are being made and an announcement is forthcoming. But I just wanted to clarify that. Do we have further details on that?
Madam Mayor, I believe our CEO of our library, Angela Ramsey, could respond to the specifics of that comment.
Hello, yes, I'm here. Thank you. Yes, just to speak to that comment, we are in the planning stages right now. The plan is to open up for curbside pickup on June 9th, and that will allow us to have all the operations in place to ensure that it's done safely.
Thank you. Very good.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. So with that, if we could have a vote. Or I'm hearing something. So with that, if we could have a okay.
Madam Mayor, I think it was just some feedback of a delay on the live stream. Please continue with your vote.
Thank you very much. We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Are there any other further COVID-19 updates, Mr. Webster?
No further updates at this time, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we will move along to item E, and we have a presentation. Mr.
Hi,
Clerk.
this is Brad. Thanks for your call. Please leave a message and I'll get right back to you. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, I know we have a presentation at this time. Could you confirm that, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Brad Rogers is making a presentation. It's in regards to item L1, Legal Counsel Support Services presentation, report on animal care and control bylaw. I believe Brad has called in. I just asked Deputy Clerk LaJavardi to confirm that he's connected. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Hello. Through you, Madam Mayor, we have Brad on the call.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Rogers. Before you begin, I'll briefly outline the procedure. Each deputant will have 5 minutes to provide your deputation. If it's reaching the 5-minute mark, I'll give you a friendly reminder. And you could wrap up at that time. And lastly, ask that if you could mute your mic during the meeting when you're not speaking. We look forward to your deputation. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I understand there's an item on the agenda today with respect to kennels. And we've, as planners, have done working on 2 applications in the town of East Gwillimbury with respect to your new kennel bylaw, which was in place, which is bylaw 2018-043. There's, with respect to kennels, in the past, there wasn't a kennel bylaw at all. And my only comment, we have no issues in the projects that we've been working on to facilitate any of the requirements. But I'm wondering if perhaps you could ask staff to look at the maximum gross floor area requirements. And that would be the gross floor area of both the outdoor exercise area and the indoor exercise area. The requirement in your bylaw is 100 square meters. And with the application that we did in 2019 for the Braes on Bathurst Street, the resultant area for outdoor exercise activity for the dogs in the kennels resulted in an area that was extremely small to meet your bylaw. And as a result, they did not end up going through with that dog kennel, unfortunately. We are working on another application right now on Cole Road, and this is with an experienced client who has done dog kennels in the past. And the minimum area that we're looking at for this application is about 1,500 square meters, where your bylaw maximum is 100 square meters. So I'm just wanting to flag that because there was an item on your agenda today with respect to animal care and control bylaw. But you know, I think the effort to have a kennel bylaw in 2018 was a good one, but the actual maximum gross floor area seemed to be very restrictive for 100 square meters. And that's my only comment. We're happy to work through the applications, but if you could perhaps have staff look at that requirement. And I believe it's way too small. And I think you'll understand once you see the plans that we submit with respect to this next application. So that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you online, and wish you all the best with everything that's happening with COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I'll move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Foster. Do any members have any questions or comments for the deputant? I'm not seeing any.
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Then we will. I will call the vote, please. All in favor of the recommendation as presented? And that opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. Moving forward with our agenda, we have one more deputation on our agenda. Mr. Clerk, could you please introduce our second deputant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, we have Sylvia Bowman, member Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition, making a deputation to council regarding the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. And just to advise council, Ms. Bowman, in her material that she's provided to council, is proposing a resolution that she wishes council support. So if there is a will of council, we will need a second mover and seconder for that resolution if you proceed with it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is Sylvia there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Just a friendly reminder, you have 5 minutes to provide your deputation. When you get close to the 5-minute mark, I'll give you a friendly reminder, and if you could remember to mute your mic during the meeting when you're not speaking, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
You'd like to go ahead?
Thank you. Madam Mayor and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. The Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition is a lake-wide umbrella organization that provides leadership and inspires people to take action to protect Lake Simcoe through its 27-member groups, such as ours, the York Simcoe Nature Club. I would like to share the coalition's perspective and priorities with council before you are asked by the province to provide feedback on the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. The 3 priority goals of the coalition for the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan review are: 1, develop sector-specific interim targets to achieve the 44 tons per year phosphorus loading target of the plan. Measure, monitor, and adapt to an improved phosphorus reduction strategy. Number 2, protect 40% of the watershed's green space to achieve high-quality natural cover target of the plan. Currently, only 21% of the green space in the watershed has a high level of protection. And in fact, we are losing, not gaining, forests and wetlands due to development pressure. Number 3, add the Lake Simcoe Climate Change Adaptation Strategy policies to the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan in order to reduce phosphorus loads, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and increase natural cover. A total of 11 recommendations have been sent to all Lake Simcoe MPPs. The review, which was supposed to happen in 2019, is now anticipated to happen sometime in 2020, although the province has yet to indicate how or when the review will happen. We are asking council to support and pass resolution calling on the province of Ontario to maintain and strengthen the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan's targets and to adequately resource the work that needs to be done to implement the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan and protect water quality. Maintaining and improving the plan is important to council and the municipality because the Lake Simcoe supports $420 million sustainable tourism sector, and its beauty and recreational opportunities motivate people to move to the area. The lake also provides valuable ecosystem services. These services are worth more than $975 million per year. The lake is in need of help due to decades of phosphorus pollution, land use planning and flooding issues, and emerging issues like salt, invasive species, and climate change impacts. The Lake Simcoe Protection Plan is the best watershed-based legislation in Canada, but it could be weakened during the Lake Simcoe review if councils do not show support for the future health of the lake that gives us so much. We would like councils to demonstrate their commitment to protecting the health of Lake Simcoe by passing the following resolution. Whereas a healthy environment provides the foundation for healthy communities, healthy people, and healthy economy, and whereas the passage of the Lake Simcoe Protection Act received unanimous all-party support in the Ontario Legislature in 2008, therefore be it resolved that the town of East Gwillimbury calls on the Ontario government to demonstrate its commitment to clean water and protecting what matters most in the provincial statutory review of the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan by ensuring that provisions in the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan that protect water quality are not weakened and that policies protecting natural heritage be strengthened in order to meet the targets of the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, and that the Ontario government be requested to work collaboratively with affected provincial ministries and all levels of government, including First Nations and Métis, to achieve the goals and targets of the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, and to resource the programs that improve Lake Simcoe's water quality during the provincial statutory review of the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, and that copies of this resolution be provided to Ontario Premier Doug Ford, official opposition leader Andrea Horwath, and MPPs John Fraser and Mike Schreiner, Paul Calandra, and York Simcoe MPP Carolyn Mulrooney, and MPP Jeff Burek, Minister of the Environment and Parks. For more information on the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan and the review, please see the items that were sent to you prior to today, and also the Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition website. With the current focus on the pandemic and the high deficit that this is causing, there may be even less willingness on the part of the province to make the needed investment in the lake unless the province sees that this is important to the municipalities around the lake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the deputation, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Persicini. Thank you. Is there any questions for the deputant from members of our committee? I'm not seeing any at this time. I'll just ask one more time if there's any questions or comments. Not seeing any, so I will, I know that you have asked about us adopting the agenda that you have provided for us, and I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to send it back to staff and ask them to provide a report based on your recommendations and come back to us at a later time. And Mr. Webster, I would wonder if you are handy there, if that would be an appropriate step to take, having the deputant want to provide this motion to move forward.
I think that would be very appropriate, Madam Mayor, for council to take that action and direct it to staff for review.
Thank you. So with that, then I would ask for receipt and to have staff come back with a report at a later date. I'm hoping sooner than later. Mr. Webster, would 2 or 3 meetings out be appropriate?
Yes, it would, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. So we have a mover and a seconder. The mover and the seconder, sorry.
Madam Mayor, if I may, Councillor Roy Clemente has a question or a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Roy Clemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy to receive and refer to staff. I think that's an appropriate step. I think the getting a report back on the status as we see it with our the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority, and maybe even just chatting with our MPP's office to see what the status is and what we can do that would best support this initiative. I don't have a problem supporting any resolution that calls on a review and a reinforcement of our commitment to the health of the lake. It's really just a question of making sure that we have all of our facts straight, and that we're taking the strongest steps towards advocacy as possible. So happy to report to receive and do the and have a report back to us with a proposed resolution. I think is really what I'm looking for, that speaks to what the municipality would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? We have Councillor Roy Clemente who moved it. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Mayor, you do have it. The mover was Councillor Crothers. The seconder was Councillor Persicini. Councillor Foster does have a question or comment.
Go ahead, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's actually not required. I was going to the very same place that Councillor Roy Clemente went. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sylvia. Good to have you with us today. Appreciate your care and concern for the lake, and we'll get back to you in short time with our resolution as well. I guess she has moved along. Moving on, we will go to item G, and that's adoption of our minutes. And those are minutes from May the 5th and May the 12th electronic council meetings. Could I have, please have a mover and a seconder for the recommendations as presented?
I'll move both of them.
Thank you, Councillor Persicini and Councillor Foster for both. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, if you could raise your hand, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We will now move to item H, which is community infrastructure, environmental services. We have 3 items listed on the agenda. Item H1 is a joint community infrastructure and environmental services and corporate services memo non-revenue water update. We go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I believe CEO Webster would like to introduce item H1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to speak very briefly to this very important initiative. As Council is aware and had directed staff, the last 2 budget cycles on water rate, we had pressure coming from the fact that the water being delivered from York Region, we weren't fully billing out to users. And I would like to commend the staff team that headed up this project, Mr. Molinari and his group of staff that work with him. Work closely with York Region, cooperatively with York Region, and in particular, the consultant that was brought in, Kingsley Blease, brought in a whole flavor of let's deal with facts, let's look at the data. He helped align our billing cycles. It really assisted in this initiative, and the very short story from a CAO perspective is went from a situation where it appeared that 25% of our water, which was an inordinately high amount, was not being billed. We're now at half of that level and trending in a very positive direction with some further actions to be taken that could even alleviate where we're at this point. And I would like to pass it over to Mr. Molinari and his team to provide a little more detail on their overview. And then I believe we have Kingsley Blease with us today to walk through his report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO Webster. As CEO Webster has mentioned, we work very closely with the region and our consultant, Kingsley Blease, to analyze our water system for non-revenue water. Due to this collaborative work, we were able to refine our data and are very pleased to advise that, as mentioned, the 2019 audit results achieved approximately 14% non-revenue water, which is about 10 percentage points less than the 2018 audit results. Reducing non-revenue water is a very iterative process. And through the review, there are a number of initiatives that have been completed to get us to where we are now. And there's a number of next steps as well to continue with this initiative moving forward. We have a presentation by our consultant, Kingsley Blease, to walk us through the non-revenue water reduction program findings and proposed next steps. Kingsley's a professional engineer with over 40 years experience in water and wastewater projects. Over the past 35 years, he spent considerable time dealing with non-revenue water reduction. He's completed 45 AWWA water audits, has delivered many workshops and webinars on non-revenue water in Ontario and across Canada, and has been instrumental in guiding the success of the review in East Gwillimbury. Madam Mayor, we would like to proceed with the presentation at this time and then answer any questions on the memo and presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I'll get started then. Sorry, I'm not used to this format. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to make this presentation on non-revenue water. And thank you for the preceding kind words about me, very much appreciated. So perhaps if you would be kind enough to move to the next slide. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is, this is the outline of the presentation, and it should take about 15 minutes. There's about 9 slides, and I'll basically start with a little bit of background of where we started and where we're going to. Simply describe non-revenue water, what it is, look at the audit process and the results, and then, as was spoken, just look at sort of how things have improved from 2018 and 2019, and really the next steps, what we have to continue with in 2020. And then at the end, I'll be happy to answer any questions. The next slide, please. This sort of gives sort of the background of basically the water audit process. And the first audit was in 2006. It was sort of sponsored by York Region, and it was for all the 9 area municipalities. And the American Water Works Association with the International Water Association developed the program to do it. And then since 2012, it's been completed every year by town staff. And what the audit does, it looks basically at the water you take from York Region and what you sell to your customers, and it does it on an annual basis. So it's a full year's worth of data. And historically, audits are done on a whole municipality utility, which was also the case for East Gwillimbury. But then in 2017 audit, it showed fairly high non-revenue water numbers. So staff really identified at that stage that really they wanted to get a handle on exactly where is it. So they looked to introduce to look at your subsystems, Holland Landing, etc., to really get a handle on where that water is. So the audit was done in 2019 for the 2018 year by Watermark Solutions and myself. And in essence, we identified that really the quality of data needed to improve. And this sort of wasn't a surprise, because generally audits in North America, because water systems are very complex, often getting good quality data is a real challenge. And so we weren't surprised that this was the case in East Gwillimbury, as it is in many, many locations. So basically the plan was to then move forward and then really dig deep into the data and actually develop a system that the town could actually use and move forward with. So what happened for the following year of the water audit, which was 2019, actually the town staff actually did that with my sort of guiding and mentoring, which is really a good thing for the town. And so town staff in all departments put a tremendous effort in, which actually pleased me, because my goal is to mentor and pass on my knowledge of my many years and grey hair in the water business. So it was good news for me as well as the town. So perhaps if we could move to the next slide. Okay, so basically, what is non-revenue water? In simple terms, it's water that you purchase from York Region, and it doesn't get to customers, because basically it's somewhere lost en route, shall we say, in simple terms. And it typically goes into 3 categories. The official term is unbilled authorized consumption, which mainly means operational use by the town. In other words, you authorize using it, but obviously it doesn't get to your customers. And typically it's water main flushing, testing for compliance, auto flushes, firefighting, and that's very typical in utilities. The next area is called apparent losses, which sounds a strange term, but in essence, it's mainly from your customer meters, because typically, historically, they've been mechanical meters. Over time, as a group, they actually under-record or under-register. So the reality is you supply water to your customers, which isn't fully measured and hence not fully billed. So that's quite a useful one to attack, because obviously every meter cubed or gallon of water you can measure, you can bill it to your customers. And then the final one is real losses or leaks. And that's what people initially think about non-revenue water. It used to be called unaccounted for water, and typically it was leaks from water mains and services. but there are 3 components. So you can see now how to get the detail to identify all of these and quantify them is quite a task, because within each of these 3 categories, there's multiple areas where water is used and consumed. So that's like a quick overview of non-revenue water. It's those 3. So remember those, because later on in the presentation, they'll keep cropping up. There'll be various values of them as well as we go along. The next slide, if you'd be kind enough. Thank you. So what's the process? Basically, as we said earlier, you compile data from both the town and the region. And over the years, I've developed spreadsheets where typically the water you used is, some of it is measured and metered, and other of it isn't. It's estimated. So the key is to actually get the raw data in, be it metered or not, and then put all that into a series of spreadsheets. And if there are calculations or assumptions, actually put them into those spreadsheets. So when the previous audit was done with Watermark Solutions, we developed those spreadsheets for the town, which the whole purpose at that time was to empower town staff to the following year to do the audit themselves, which in fact we did. Hence 2019 town staff did that audit, and I just sort of steered them and guided them along. At times they needed a bit of guidance, but we won't go into that. But we got there in the end. And basically you look to analyze the billing data and particularly the geographic challenges between your different subsystems. And we use your town staff use the GIS to look at that. And then look at all the accuracy of the meters and the records, because typically water meters, whether they're from your region or your customers, you have to estimate the level of accuracy, and so that was all part of it. And we also had to acquire all the operational records of the flushing, town maintenance, because every time you use water on the system, say a water tower to clean it, you're buying it, but you aren't selling it. Hence, it's authorized, but it's not revenue. Hence, it's non-revenue. Interviewing staff, and then basically we completed a mass balance for the whole town, but more importantly, the subsystem areas. And then once all that task was done, the American Water Association provides water audit software, and that's very much the last stage. And you just put all those numbers in about 18 areas into that software. So all the work and effort is actually getting the data. And because you want to know the quality of that data, you need to know where it came from. And hence, if data is assumed and calculated, then that has a low level of confidence. If it's metered, a good quality, accurate meter, it's a high level of confidence. So in the software, you enter those confidence levels. So for the overall audit, you can see how accurate the data is. So that's the process. Next slide, please. Sorry. Okay, so here it is. Here's the summary. This is the first stage, the onerous task, getting all that data together. And on the left, you'll see 1 to 15 categories of all the different items of data. The first 1 to 7 or 8 are volumes of water, and you have to identify those. And each one of those volumes, there's multiple individual numbers in there. So those final numbers are an aggregate of lots of different small numbers. And then you look at the physical system. If you look on the left, numbers 8 onward, 9 onward, that's the physical length of mains, etc. Then finally, because the audit, as well as identifying the volumes of water, it puts a value to it. What's the value of the water you buy from your region? What's the value of that non-revenue water? Hence, the financial numbers are down at the bottom, particularly number 14 and 15. That's your customer rates and your purchase from your region. And then across the chart, that's the breakdown across your subsystems. And you'll notice Queensville and Sharon are lumped together because the York region system, they can't separate how they supply water, Queensville from Sharon. So that's part of our ongoing dialogue with York region to physically put a flow meter in, so we can actually then do a separate subsystem for Queensville and Sharon. And you'll see those recommendations. So I won't go into all those numbers, but that's basically gives a broad brush of. So basically at the top is water you buy and water you bill, and all the other categories, which is some of it is unbilled, etc. Next slide, please. So these are the results from 2018, not this year's audit for 19, but the previous one. And that's which has been alluded to, where the non-revenue water was pretty high at 23.9%. And they're from these numbers are from York Region's long-term conservation strategy. It shows the other 8 municipalities in York Region, so you can sort of compare. And that other funny little number called ILI, what that is basically, that's a representation of how leaky, in simple terms, your water system is. The lower it's called the infrastructure leakage index, and the lower the ILI, the less leaky your system is. I'll put it in simple terms. And typically, once you get down to an ILI of 1, then it's not very leaky at all. That's a simple. Perhaps the next little number to come up, please. Show the 2019 numbers. There we go. And that number came down from 23.9 to 13.9%. And that was not by magic. That was a lot of work. And we'll see later sort of where that came from. That was a lot of work to reduce that number in terms of identifying the quality of the data. East Gwillimbury are changing their customer meters so they're more accurate, reducing the amount of operational water use. So there's a whole load of factors in there that drove that number down. And we're continuing to drive that down in future years. And there is a plan, which I'll show shortly, for next year. That's next slide, please. So here are the results of the audit. So you can see the non-revenue water percentage, and you can basically see along the top there, the town was at 13.9%. But interestingly enough, you can see Holland Landing, Queensville, Sharon, Mount Albert are sort of similar-ish, but Young Green Lane is very low and Bales is very high. So that's the reason we split this down. So you then dig into, well, you're digging into all the areas, but particularly those. And the Bales one was the continual flushing for water quality, because you have the large diameter mains put in by York Region, and so that was not unexpected. But Young Green Lane, we didn't expect it to be that low. So again, we're going to be looking at the data, the accuracy of meters, etc. And then if we look at those, how that 13.9% is broken down, the green box, if we look at just the total town, it splits into those, if you remember, those 3 categories. Leakage, which is water losses, which is 6.6%. Operational water use, or that unbilled authorized, 5.7%. And customer meters, apparent losses, about 1.6%. Now, they're all very important because the top 2, leakage and operational water use, that is basically water you buy from York Region. So that's at the purchase cost, which is, I think, about $1.2 per meter cubed. Whereas although the customer meters apparent loss is a lower percentage, that volume is sold to customers at $4.45 a meter cubed. So you can see how both the volumes and the relative costs are important. So this says that it's important to both reduce the water you take from York Region and also try and reduce the inaccuracy of the customer meters and the billing system, etc. And hence, that's why you're well into a program of changing your customer meters. And then once you cast across to the right, you can see how they break down. And again, you can see Young Green Lane and Bales, they're sort of outline numbers, so they're going to require ongoing attention as well as the other main areas. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, so the last 2 slides now basically will do 3 years effectively. Recommendations from 2018, which was the audit done by myself and Watermark Solutions. Things that were implemented in 2019, generally recommended in 2018, and the actions the town and the region took, and then also where we're going from here into 2020. And so we just take each one in turn. And if you remember, it's all about the quality of data, and if it's metered, how accurate are those meters? And so basically there was some recommendations for the York Region meters, which is 9.1. Basically 3 of them. and look at the accuracy of those meters. And all but one of those meters are the industry standard, the electromagnetic meters or mag meters. And York Region calibrate them every year as per the Ontario provincial rules, and they do a very comprehensive check on them. But because we're sort of digging deep into all areas, we're now discussing with the York Region. In fact, we have already had a meeting. In fact, we have a meeting tomorrow to look at additional testing and if additional testing is appropriate. The second one, the Neptune meter, that physically is a mechanical meter, which is at Bales. And we did some checks because that was flagged up in 2018, and we found a reading error. So we can corrected that, but we still want to do a physical on-site testing of the flow accuracy. And then finally, because a lot of the York Region meters were installed 2005, 2006, whatever, we're discussing with the York Region long-term replacement program. What are the plans there? Asset management and all that stuff. So they're sort of ongoing discussions at the minute with the York Region. Okay, customer accounts. This is 9.2. Actually, I'm a job reading this slide, so I should know what's in there. Anyway, so basically, in 2018, there wasn't a good allocation between the systems of the customer accounts. So with the GIS, the town did a lot of work to analyse from the billing system where those accounts were in the subsystems effectively, and we corrected data from the 2018, and that was complete, and that was very successful. That was a lot of work by town and the GIS person, but they did a great job. And the second one on the customer meters, again with the same principle, it's a customer meter. Like any meter in time, it's likely as a group to under-register. So basically, we're looking at the billing system and looking to actually match the billing system to the York Region system. They provide bills and data every 2 months, and currently your reading and billing system is 3 months. So the town is now upgrading that to monthly billing, so we can effectively do like a balance every 2 months or even every month, and that'll give us much better data. 9.3 is, remember we talked about Queensville and Sharon. It's working with the region to put a flow meter in there, so we can do that. We can do that subsystem balance. And the fourth one, 9.4, is basically what a lot of work was done on that in the last year, and really it's examining basically all those areas where you use water use at hydrants, flushing. You have a number of auto flushes. An auto flusher basically automatically flushes water out of a main to maintain the water quality, and they were adjusted to make sure it was an efficient use to maintain quality, but they weren't being overused. And we still have some more to do on that. But that was one area where we reduced that number of water. Water you buy from York Region, you don't sell to your customers, don't flush it away, only use what's barely minimum. And again, that was identified in 2018. So the town got to that task. The next slide, please, which is the last one. Oh, and this is the one I mentioned earlier. I got the wrong slide. This is the customer meter testing. So basically, residential meters are about 15 years old. So obviously, the town instigated a residential meter change-out program for all the good reasons I've mentioned, which is about 75% complete. So that's ongoing. Also, your larger meters, industrial, commercial, institutional, basically, they're now being tested annually. I think they were tested. They may well have already been tested annually, but basically we're also going to the town's going to develop a residential meter testing program. Although the meters are new, we don't really want to take our eye off the ball, and they're going to develop a program for testing even the new meters that are going in and not sort of leave them. So that's the customer meters. Again, accuracy of data, it keeps coming back to the same thing. On 9.6, we actually get to leaks now. So basically, the best way to find and fix leaks, historically the way to get leaks is to listen. And leakage sounding programs have been fairly common around the planet, including in Ontario. But basically the best management practice is to measure flows into a system, and particularly the flow at night, and you can identify potential leaks. And they're called district meter areas. And they've been employed in Canada for many years now, as well as Europe. So the region sponsored a pilot district meter area in Holland-Nandin. And the intention is, subject to current conditions, to complete that this year. And then once that's complete, we can then look at these a system across the town based on the results of the pilot to develop an ongoing program and then implement. So again, we're now looking at the leak side, and once you have district meter areas, you can actually flow based, you can quantify leaks, whereas sounding, it's acoustic and you don't really know what the volume is. So again, you can see the theme here. We're looking to get real volumes, real data, not sort of, well, we think it's leaky type thing. So that's district meter areas. And then finally, which I've been saying for the last 15 minutes, is keep going on quality of data, all of the above, and increase the accuracy of length of mains, number of services, perhaps put some pressure loggers in the system. We got the pressure from hydrant flow tests, but if we have a continuous pressure log across different areas, that gives us better data. So that's it. I think the next one is questions. Yes. So I hope I didn't go too quickly, so I didn't get too excited. Oh, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That was very, very interesting. Appreciate that very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder from council, please?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councilor Persicini, and seconded by Councilor Crothers. Thank you very much. Do members of council have any comments or questions on the presentation, please?
Question.
Councilor Persicini, go ahead.
How do we compare loss of water from compared to other municipalities, price money-wise? Are we losing more water, wasted water than the other municipalities, or we're in pretty well? That's a standard thing, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Oh, I suppose I was saying initially, there's always something you can do about it. But if you look at the York Region statistics for your comparable municipalities, the 9, you're around about the sort of the average now. You know, that slide I showed earlier was a range. So you're somewhere around the 12-13% sort of the average. But basically, you know, because water is becoming so expensive, both your purchase from the region and obviously, as I've alluded to, the sale to your customers, which is even a higher value, 4 times the purchase cost effectively, it's really important to reduce and drive that down. So basically, even though the average for York Region, there's still work to be done, because ultimately you want to get below average, because ultimately it's dollars out of your coffers and you want to keep them there. And you want to buy less water from York Region and sell more to your customers. That's a very simple equation. So let's do that. And the foundation has been laid the last couple of years, and your staff are now empowered. It's quite scary, really. So just keep them going.
So what can we do, as you're saying, that there's always a way to improve it? Best way.
So I didn't catch that.
I said, you said that we could do something about, or we were looking to do better all the time on this wastewater. Is there any way that we can get a hold of it so we bring it down so we don't waste that much water? You know, I know there's a lot of things that we cannot, stop it, but there's other ways maybe we could save some money, and so the cost will be less for us.
Yeah. Specifically, operational use. Keep using less for flushing, etc., and those auto flushes pull those down. So you'll buy less from York Region. Continue with your customer meter change out program. So you'll actually record more water that you're paying to your supplying to your customers and increase your revenue. And thirdly, really develop these district meter areas to find and fix those leaks. Because ultimately, the passive approach of not actively going for those leaks mains are getting older, services are getting older, guaranteed your leakage will increase. Absolutely. No question. That's just the way it is. So they're the main three ones. And that's sort of, and then coupled with this is better quality data, because you want to focus on what's going to be your best cost benefit. So you want to go after the one where you'll get the best value for your investment of time and money. And that's the reason for the audit. So the audit has identified these area uses, it's put a dollar against it, and it's given you a priority. So that's, the audit is amazing, and it's empowered you, like many utilities. Every one of these I've done since 2006, every single one, all the things I've talked about today, they've been there in different ways. So keep going.
I just want to thank the staff. They're doing a great job, including yourself. And just wanted to find ways and means, you know, a penny earned is a penny saved. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Are there other members of council with questions? Councillor Morton?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no others, then I would. There we
Madam,
go. Go ahead.
Myself and then I believe Councillor Foster also had some questions. I wanted to thank Mr. Blease very much for his presentation. I didn't feel a great deal of confidence going into this process. I was quite concerned at the numbers that we were seeing out of the 2018 data. Excuse me. And I was just wondering, I got a few questions, but one was with respect to I guess to that quality of the data. How far back did our analysis go? The data that's presented to us in the report and in your presentation is showing 2018 and then 2019. I'll use the Bales Drive system as an example. That's not a new subdivision. And so did we go back further? Did we go back into 2017, 2016, and so on to try and analyze that? At this point, we've identified part of the issue being the size of the pipes servicing that subdivision, but there's still over 32% of unexplained water being used just in that system alone. So I'm just wondering, as far as quality of data, how far back did we go? Is it because we couldn't trust the data and how it had been collected back then that we didn't use it? How far back did we go? And perhaps a little bit of conversation about the issue at Bales Drive, please, and thank you.
Yeah, sure. And basically, no, we didn't go back further because the audit typically is on a full calendar year's worth of data. And in fact, your first audits were completed in 2006. Actually, I was involved doing them, funnily enough. So was Bales around then? I'm not sure. No, it wasn't, was it? No, not in 2006. So can't go back. So, but basically, no, we didn't go back historically because we really wanted to drive forward on what we had now. So it's basically, we did the audit for 2019. So the second one part of that question is, yeah, we want to check the accuracy of that Bales flow meter. Remember, that was one of the key items. So let's find that out. Let's do a flow test. And when you check accuracy, you check it across the range of flows. So you want to make sure it's representative. And that's part of the ongoing discussions with York Region. Actually, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, with town staff and myself, we have a working group with York Region on that and other items. So we're going to drive that in. And then because Bales is an area supplied basically by a single meter, no other, it's effectively is a district meter area. So we can then look at, once we know it's accurate, we can look at the flows at night and then really drive from there. But that, I want to do it on an accurate, there's a bit of a theme here. Let's make sure we have accurate data, and there's ways to do that. Hope that helps.
That does help. I guess what this is really saying to me is that we've made a great deal of progress, but there's still a great deal of work to be done. And as we go through this conversation, I'd like to see, when we make the motions, that we direct staff to continue this work and continue to report back on future results. The other question I had for you, if I may, related to those residential water meters and the issues that anecdotally, because I'm an elected official, I'm not at all an expert, but we've heard from constituents that nothing has changed in my household except the meter, and yet my bill has somehow skyrocketed. Do we have a sense of where those old meters are, what the extent of that underreporting might be, and if we can quantify that, because quite frankly, as a ratepayer in our water system, I'm not interested in having to pay a dramatically increased water bill just because my meter changed. And so I guess there's that issue that we need to help with our constituents. And at this point, it's anecdotal and not fact or data based. And so I'm wondering if you can help with that as well, please.
I think the simple answer, if there ever is such a thing about customer meters and billing systems, is basically what the town is doing is fair and equitable. We're actually making sure the water meter records what you use, which is fair and equitable for you as a customer and us at the town. So that's the first answer on that. And then typically, everybody wants percentage, but if your meter stock was 15 years old, as a group, it would have been under registering by several percent, which would have been the justification at the time for the meter change-out program, which I wasn't involved in, but yeah, I've been involved in others. So that would have been it. So basically, typically when you do a meter change-out program, you do get customer complaints because you are recording water customers are legitimately using, and now they've got to pay for what they use. So you do get complaints. Bills do rise with when you change customer meters, because as a group they under register, and that's so you have to come back to where I started. It's got to be fair and equitable to both themselves and the town.
And so, if I may, what's that percentage as far as that range of percentages of how much are they underreporting? Are they underreporting by 5%, 20%? What's that range of or is there an industry standard?
There's no industry standard. Probably refer back to staff at the time who actually did that justification. So I wasn't involved in that. But typically customer meters normally don't under register by 20%. They're normally in the 3, 4, 5% range. But I don't actually know. Each system's different. The water quality, the type of meter, the age of the meter. Yeah. So I don't know. Town staff should have that. Sorry to put town stuff on the spot here, but
we do it all the time. It's okay.
Yeah, it's unusual a consultant bouncing something back to the staff. It's normally the other way around. You know, the utility normally passes it on to the consultant and blames the consultant. Oh, well, there we go.
Thanks, Kingsley. I think there's a couple items I'd just like to touch on, and that is the meter testing. So we will test, as part of our 2020 program, we were planning on testing about 10% of our water meters and doing so on a continuous basis. So when we take those meters out, we'll actually do some flow tests on them. And the answer to your question of how much are they off by, that project will be the one that'll tell us how much they're off by. So, as it works out now, yes, we have had some complaints when people get new new water meters installed. And oftentimes, what we found is that maybe there was an issue with there may be differences in the water meter volumes that are coming out of it, but they don't seem to be all related to the meter. Like there could be issues whereby the resident might have been adding a sprinkler system or filling a pool or doing something like that. So there's other contributing factors that oftentimes presented themselves at the same time around when the water meter was installed, which contributed to it. So more on that. We'll report on those as this project continues. As Kingsley mentioned, this is an iterative process. We will be doing iterations to this for many years to come in order to reduce the water losses in our system. And also on the bales area, you mentioned the high numbers that are there still. One of the problems with us identifying the volumes in that area is that because the pipe infrastructure was so large there, we actually weren't able to use hydrant or meters to measure the flushing. So it's all done right now by estimates. So a lot of it. Having said that, there could be a large number of the losses that are actually in the wrong column right now. So, yeah. And on that, we've just completed a capital project whereby we're taking some of that large water main out of service. and feeding a hydrant in there through a capital project that we had approved through this year. So we will be able to determine the impact and the benefits of that capital project over the next couple of months. And I think we're well on our way to seeing the Bales Drive area come back down into numbers that are much more acceptable. And bottom line is we're heading in a good spot, in a good direction right now.
Thank you.
Councillor Foster, you had a question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. A couple of comments, and our presenter may well be able to weigh in on this. When we talk about buying less water from the region and billing more water out, it always helps our situation. With all the development that's going on in East Gwillimbury, I have come to believe that water theft may be a little bit more of a problem than we think it is. Now, I can't take credit for this. It was mentioned to me from a resident, but it makes perfect sense. I think that we should be starting some sort of a social media campaign, maybe ads in the newspaper, that type of thing, that is kept very, very simple to help us with water theft, and wording something along the lines of, when you see a truck hooked to a fire hydrant or connected to a fire hydrant in East Gwillimbury, if that truck doesn't say East Gwillimbury on the side of it, or it's not big and red and looks like a fire truck, you're probably looking at somebody stealing water. I don't think that that message should include backflow preventers and meters and all that stuff. But I have been told about companies that are legally taking water in municipalities, buying it from them, and having York Region Police or bylaws drive up and say, oh, it's you. We were notified that someone was here taking water. Is that type of thing prevalent in a lot of municipalities? I mean, I'd like to put that to a motion, and if possible, and get that to a point where we start some sort of a media campaign. So I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on maybe other municipalities that have done it, and maybe from other members of council. Thank you.
Actually, yes, a couple of comments there. I suppose the first one is in the audit, because every municipality has theft, but as you've alluded to, it's very difficult to find it and quantify it. There is a default value in the software, which is 0.25% of the water supplied. So 0.25% of the water you buy from York Region is allocated in that audit, and it could well be more from listening to you. And I do like the idea of a media campaign. The other advantage of one of the recommendations, if you notice the very last one, which I sort of snuck in, was get some pressure data loggers, because I have to sneak things in, right? It's for your own good, by the way, for your own good. So anyway, so these pressure loggers are, you could put one in each of your subsystems or move them around, and they're actually dynamite because they record the pressure. So when your truck comes along, and I've actually found this, by the way, because I've logged lots of systems, and they typically like to do it at night, right? So you'll find at 2:30 in the morning, the pressure, say, is running at 60 psi, and it drops to 40 for 10-15 minutes and back up. And if you log for, say, a week or two, it'll either be every night or once a week or twice a week it happens, and it's helped the municipalities I work for identify theft, and that's absolutely theft. So don't think illegal truckers are taking it. So what I'm saying is there's things you can do as well. So get the pressure loggers and move them around, but also I like the idea of the media side as well. So that's and where we started from, there's a default value in which may or may not be not correct. It's based on an average across North American audits. So who knows whether it's applicable in East Gwillimbury, but it's in there because there is a value. Okay.
That's good information. Thank you. And I can't help but think that Crime Stoppers works to a certain extent. So what we're doing is giving the public an opportunity to make that call. Thank you.
Yeah, sound like that, yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Crone.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very informative, and I certainly appreciate having the oral presentation of it as opposed to just reading it off our agenda. So I appreciate that. Thanks to our presenter. Water is without a doubt one of those touchy municipal subjects that residents like to remind you about. That's in my ward. It's usually around the complaints arise around quality of the water, the aesthetic features of it, which I know we're dealing with separately through York Region, and I look forward to hearing about that in the future. And then secondly, the price. So I'm encouraged to hear that we're moving to a monthly billing system. I've been asking for that for a while, so I'm happy to hear that that's coming. I think that will help people in their budgets, their household budgets. Yeah. And I do appreciate the information about data. I certainly, Councillor Roy DiClemente picked up on something I was going to ask about the quality of data, because you know the data of your output is contingent upon the quality of the data you're dealing with at the front end. So I think we have to make sure we get our hands around that, and that we are dealing with the best possible data. Given that your one comment though about the differences between replacing an old meter with a new meter, and that very well people could experience an increase in their water bill. I think that's a communications opportunity for us to let folks know who receive a new meter that, by the way, you might have been getting a discount in the past. You can expect to see maybe an uptick in your water bill. I always find it's better to deal with a complaint before it arises, and if we can certainly do that, I think it would help. Want to make sure that it doesn't discourage people from switching to a digital meter, but that's a problem for another day. Anyway, just my comments. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there other members who have questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much. We really appreciate your presentation. And now I would call the vote. All those
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, sorry, but just before that, so I believe I understood that Councilor DiClemente was suggesting an amendment to the proposed resolution. Deputy Clerk Large has put it up on the screen for all to read. Councilor Persichini was the original mover. If this is considered a friendly amendment to him, then you can proceed with your vote, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
That's fine with me.
Very good. Okay. That makes perfect sense. Okay, so can I call the vote, please? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you being here. It made it very, very clear to us that we're in the right direction, so thank you very much.
Yeah, but keep going. Keep going.
We will. We will. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye then.
Travel safe. We're now at item H3, Joint Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services, Corporate Services and Development Services Memo, Ontario's Natural Gas Expansion Program. Could I have a mover and a seconder to get started here, please? Councillor Crone?
So moved.
Thank you. And Councillor Foster? Thank you. Okay. I'll call on General Manager Molinary to provide a brief overview, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Enbridge has approached the town to jointly develop and submit an application to the Ontario Energy Board to expand the natural gas network NEG. The province has indicated that it will provide financial assistance for new expansion projects, and Enbridge is developing a financial model that would be cost neutral for the town. There are two areas proposed that are being submitted for consideration, and that's EG West and EG North. And there'd be a total of approximately 259 properties that may be able to obtain natural gas services from this overall project. So a decision on which projects are successful for funding is expected to be revealed later this year. So the town can review that proposal at that time and the funding model and determine if it wishes to proceed. But at this point in time, what we were looking to do is go forward with a non-binding letter saying that we're interested in participating in the program for consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Molinary? Councillor,
Madam Mayor, I had a question.
Go ahead,
Thank
Councillor.
you. I just was, thank you very much. I know I was happy to see this. I know that there have been a couple of residents over the years who've asked me, especially on Valley Trail, about being connected, given that the natural gas line goes right by on Second Concession. I note in the memorandum that Enbridge would apply a 23-cent per cubic meter expansion surcharge to the residents for up to 40 years as a contribution towards the expense. I'm just wondering, to give a bit of context for me, what's the current rate? And so what kind of a surcharge would they be looking at? Is it a few dollars a month, or is it a dramatic increase in what would be a comparison bill for someone like us who had it arrive without having to pay that surcharge? And I don't have a sense of how expensive this project is. So I'm just wondering what the contribution from the province or Enbridge would be as well, other than, are we simply passing the cost over 40 years on to those Enbridge customers? Thank you.
Yeah, so the one thing that's a little uncertain at this time about this overall project is exactly the funding model. So all they're looking to do at this point in time is float the idea past the Ontario Energy Board and see if there's a desire to move forward and which ones they'd be moving forward with, and then come back with a larger financial package detailing some of those items. So, but I do know that from the memo, the cost of 23 cents per is an incremental cost. So essentially, there has to be a way to fund the overall capital on this. So the province would kick in a portion of it. The residents would kick in a portion of it based on that surcharge per cubic meter. And then there may be something from the town that we might be able to provide because the town receives certain funds every year from Enbridge, basically as a cost for having their infrastructure in town. And Enbridge had mentioned that there may be, as part of the funding model, reallocation of some of that funding that's being provided to us to this other capital project, but that would only be on the incremental properties that would be joining us. So the town wouldn't be out at the end of the day, and from my understanding, wouldn't be out any money from what it's currently collecting, but it would not collect money for a period of time on those new expanded areas. And once those expanded areas have been paid for, then the town would then obtain some of the revenue from that. So, like I said, the funding model still hasn't been fully developed, and those are some of the things that we would be reporting back on in the future if we're successful on whether, and then council can decide if that's something that we want to proceed with. But from our initial look, it looks like a pretty good deal. And if we can expand service to existing residents in town at marginal cost, it's probably a good move.
Thank you. I'm happy to support it and explore it further, especially given at least some of those constituents have actually reached out in the past and inquired about being connected. So happy to explore it further. I was just curious as to what that model would look like, but we need more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, this sounds like a very, very good project. I just wonder, I don't think that I missed it in the report. When we say that there's 259 properties that could potentially be serviced, is there any way for us to have numbers on how many of those 259 may be ready to sign up and use the natural gas?
We haven't had any of those discussions yet. So, but I would suspect that, you know, most people that are on oil or on some other system would welcome the idea of being on natural gas. And really it comes down to Councillor Roy DeClementi's point, is that incremental cost of 23 cents is that going to be a deal breaker for that overall project? So those are all part of the financial model on this that we'll have to look at to determine if it makes sense to proceed or if it's something that we negotiate further with. So more to come on that.
We look forward to that. Are there any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. And with that, then I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We will now, is there any other further business under CIES with General Manager Molinari at this time?
Nothing further at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seeing none, we'll move on to legal and counsel support services. We have one item, presentation and report, LSSS 2020-07, proposed animal care and control bylaw. I'll ask staff now to provide the presentation, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just by way of introduction, just wanted to give some context. It was last year that council asked staff to take a look at issues related to animal welfare and animal control. So staff have done that and are very happy to be able to present the report that you have before you today, and as well as a draft bylaw that we are very happy to get input from comment, and following which we'll throw out to the public to sort of see what they have to say. We'll collect all this information and come back to you later with a revised bylaw incorporating these comments. But at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Jennifer Nichols, who has done really all of the lifting on this matter, and Jen will provide you with a bit of a presentation to run you through the proposed changes. So thank you, and over to Jen, please.
Hi, Madam Council. This presentation for you is in regards to some animal care and control proposed changes that we're looking at implementing. Next slide. So currently what the tools we do have now are 4 bylaws. So a dog registration bylaw, basically what that bylaw is provides for licensing, the 3-dog limit, and includes the animal at large, barking provisions, those types of things. Secondly, we have a vicious dog bylaw. It provides for the muzzling and leashing of vicious dogs and outlines a muzzle order appeal process. Third is our animal at large bylaw. This deals with our livestock, and basically it prohibits animals, livestock running at large, and outlines regulations in regards to the impounding if the livestock is seized. Fourth is the exotic animal bylaw. What this bylaw is just a list of prohibited animals within the town. Again, it's a fairly old bylaw. All these are, so we're looking at just updating what we currently have. Next slide. Next slide. So the current bylaw challenges that we're facing now is that we have recently enacted a new zoning bylaw, which now permits kennels. Currently, we have no way of regulating these businesses. So the proposed new bylaw would have provisions for kennel licensing. As well as currently does not include cats running at large, as well as animal care provisions. The vicious dog bylaw does require a bit of administrative cleanup. Currently, the order is contained within the bylaw, making it difficult if the order does need to be changed. It does require to go to council for those changes. The proposed bylaw would have that separate, and it's based on current best practice to do so. Fourthly, the animal at large bylaw currently doesn't deal with any setback provisions, and as well as animal care provisions that we've had issues in the past. This new bylaw would address those as well. And then the exotic pet bylaw, it would be the update to address the pigeons, and apiaries, hens, that type of thing. The proposed new bylaw is a consolidation of all of those 4 animal bylaws into one bylaw. We have introduced the animal care provisions, and what that looks like is that you provide the animal with a clean sanitary environment and adequate care, including food, water, shelter, and veterinarian care. We have also put in a regulations in regards to tethering. So basically, can't be tethered in anything less than 3 meters in length, and provide unrestricted movement, cannot cause injuries and such. The third is the exemption of the running at large prohibition in regards to working livestock guardian dogs when actively engaged in their duties. We've had a situation where one of the farmers did get charged for dog at large when their livestock guardian dog was in fact engaged in their duties. So it was requested by some that we put some provisions in there to relate to those issues. The addition of the kennel and animal daycare center licensing and animal care housing requirements. So as stated earlier, our zoning bylaw does now permit kennels and animal daycare licenses. This would enable staff to have a license and licensed kennels and enable us to conduct yearly inspections to ensure that requirements of that license are met. Those include, again, the care and housing of animals, the numbers of animals that are permitted, and such. Again, the restriction on keeping of pigeons. We had no way of regulating that before, so this outlines how many pigeons you would be permitted on the property, outlines the keeping it clean and sanitary, and setbacks for those pens that are located on the property. Next slide. So what the next step is we're looking at is to conduct a public consultation and survey to look at public feedback of what the public is looking and important to them. So we're not missing anything in the new proposed bylaw. After which staff will report back to council with the survey results and revised draft bylaw based on the feedback we received. Is there any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions from members of committee?
Madam Mayor, Councillor Rudy Clement has a question or comment.
I also see Councillor Crothers, so we'll take them in that order. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of thoughts. One was, and I believe it may be a limitation of our zoning bylaw, but I wanted to explore the issue of hens being kept in backyards on properties smaller than 1 acre. I know that there are other municipalities that have tried pilot projects, and right now it's on a property that's of 1 acre in size or greater. I'd like to take a look at that, whether this is the place for it or not. That obviously remains to be seen. But I know, given the interest in gardening recently, I think there may also be an interest in sustainable food sources like keeping of hens and so on. The other issue I wanted to raise was a little bit more contentious, and that was the provision in pet stores. with respect to the sale of animals, most specifically dogs and cats. Some municipalities have put in provisions in their bylaws that prohibit pet stores from selling animals from breeders or selling cats and dogs at a profit because they're trying to discourage they're trying to discourage puppy mills and other issues, and they're trying to encourage the adoption of rescues and other sorts of animals. I wanted to see if this would be a place to introduce a provision like that, and obviously I would love to hear from other members of council on this. I know a municipality to our south has passed a resolution that basically prohibits that practice. Good pet stores already have that sort of a practice in place where they're putting animals up for adoption rather than for sale. But I think it would be a smart and progressive move for us to do that at this time while we're at it. Let's make this bylaw as good as it can be. And obviously this is going out for public consultation as well. So be curious to hear what members of the public think about it as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. Got a couple of my points off my list here. I think that the hens is definitely a trend that we're going to see. I know that Bryce's in Queensville is building chicken coops there for backyards, so we're going to see them this summer for sure. So I think we need to get ahead of that. I have a question around fencing. In the fencing, it says to prevent entry, so to keep your dog contained and also to prevent entry. A lot of people, especially on large properties, have the invisible fence, which stops the dog from escaping, but doesn't prevent entry. So they would be in violation of the bylaw as it exists. It would be very expensive to fence a large property, and it would not be good for the dog to be kept in a smaller enclosure. Letting them run the whole property, is the welfare of the animal. So I'm just wondering if we can relook at that, because the preventing entry becomes difficult on a large property.
Through Madam Mayor, certainly that's a good catch, Councillor Crothers. I did not catch that, so I will make note of that and make those changes.
Okay, and three more things. One is around circuses. I don't think we should make exemptions from circuses. We don't get circuses here. There's a lot of information out there on how those animals are treated, and it just sort of flies in the face of our animal welfare bylaw to exempt circuses. So I don't think there should be an exemption for that. And then the last two, one is a maximum of 4 animals. Now, somebody who has, 4 German Shepherds in a townhouse is very different than someone who has 5 gerbils. So I'm just wondering about that maximum of 5 animals. I just don't know why that's there. And if those animals are being well looked after, they're meeting everything else in this criteria. I'm not sure why we would want to have a maximum number of animals, because we're not talking about large animals. And someone could comfortably have 5 cats and be very happy, and they could be very well looked after. And I wouldn't want them to be breaking a bylaw. So I'm hoping that's something else we could look at. And then the last thing, the very last, just to show you, I read all the way to the end. The very last prohibited animal was frogs. And I find that very interesting because we've had frogs as pets. And I don't know why those are prohibited. Or did it mean just that one, there was one specifically listed? So I wasn't sure if that was, the one listed was an example, or that was the only one that you couldn't have. So if we could just relook at that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Other questions from members? I'm not seeing any others. Councillor Morton?
No, I'm good. It's kind of funny that we would have a prohibit against a frog. I mean, most of the little kids go out and get frogs and play with them and let them go afterwards. So for us to have a bylaw against it just doesn't seem right to me.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I was looking at the list there. That is specific to the African dwarf frog. that is specific as not permitted. It doesn't include your average frog.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Would that be considered an exotic animal then?
Yes, it would deem under exotic pet bylaw. That would fall within the exotic pet class.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Madam Mayor, General Manager Horner has a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Horner.
These are all good comments. I mean, it really isn't kind of clear on the frog issue, but I mean, this is the reason why we throw the bylaw out to council and why we throw it out to the public. Like for instance, I mean, there are things listed here that I need to figure out what they are. I don't know what an odd-toed ungulate is, and I don't know what a hyax is, and I don't know what a pangolin is. I've never seen that word before. So this will be a good process, and we'll come forward with a new report, kind of talking up the issues that you've identified, and a revised bylaw for your consideration.
Thank you. And we'll all be a little wiser of the animal species for sure. With that, I'm not seeing any other questions, and we do have a mover and seconder.
But Madam Mayor, I do not have a mover and seconder. I'd also like to provide a quick comment, just a reminder to council members, if you're ever talking to any of our farm residents, we still do not have a large animal pound keeper. We've advertised, we've sent specific letters to our farm resident tax properties, and have not had any success in obtaining one, nor have I had any success in trying to convince our neighboring municipalities to lend a hand. But certainly they'll lend a hand if there's something that pops up in an emergency situation, but we do not have one currently on retainer.
How often do we need a pound keeper? Is it once in a while, or quite often, or maybe once in a year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, is very infrequent. Probably once to twice a year. Some years you have none. It just depends on how well those farms are fenced and the animals are controlled within those containments.
Yes. Okay. I think it's a problem that we don't have one. I'm encouraged that our neighbors will not take it on a full-time basis, but at least we have the ability, should we have the need, that they are there for us. But I think all of us have contacts in our rural areas. Perhaps now that you've mentioned that, we can keep it top of mind when we're out speaking to the residents, and see if by chance there might be somebody who would take it on as a permanent arrangement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers. Councillor Persicini. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Is there any other further business under legal and council support services with General Manager Horner?
I have nothing to add at this time, Madam Mayor, but if there are any questions, very happy to take them.
I'm not seeing any at this time. Thank you very much. We will move on to item J, Development Services. There's 2 items on the agenda. The first item is Planning Branch Report P 2020-13, endorsement of parking lot and drive-through urban design guidelines. Could I please have a mover and a seconder?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morton, and seconded by?
I'll second.
Councillor Crone.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. And I will call on General Manager Minto to provide a brief overview, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this report on the urban design guidelines for parking lots and drive-throughs was prepared by our consultants, MB PD. This is a further report to a report that was originally brought to council this past February, seeking endorsement of these guidelines for use in future developments. At that time, council provided some input and some comments, and so we were directed to come back and address those comments. And so the report in front of you here, we tried to address those comments that we heard back in February. And we made those changes with our consultants. On page 3 and 4, we have a chart where we've identified the a dozen or so changes that really dealt with ensuring the guidelines were clear to again, to ensure that there was a limited conflict between pedestrian movements and vehicle movements in future drive-through and parking lot situations. So we think we've addressed those comments, and attached we do have a final version of the urban design guidelines. And again, just like to stress that they are guidelines. They'll be used as a reference in future developments whenever a development application comes forward with for a commercial development proposing a drive-through or just a commercial parking lot arrangement, and that'll be used in conjunction with our official plan and zoning policies as well. And again, council will always see a site development application in the form of a formal site plan for your future consideration with any new development. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments on the report? I see Councillor Crothers. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a bit of an issue with the on page 125 of 183. We have a diagram that's sort of a vision for what it says, vision something or another. That also appears somewhere else in this. I'm just scrolling through trying to find it. The problem with that diagram is it doesn't meet guidelines for garbage and, I forget what the other one was, unloading or something like that. It doesn't have the loading dock. So I'm just thinking if that's what we're using as our kind of our picture of this is what we're looking for, let's have a picture that actually meets the guidelines. And so with that one, I think it said that there's supposed to be a loading dock accessible from the parking lot, as well as the ability to take away garbage. And that does not show that. And that diagram shows up twice within this. So I would like that changed to make sure that whatever is in here is actually meeting the guidelines. Does that make sense?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, Councillor Crothers, if you can just give me the page number again as well.
It's page 125. And it appears again, and I'm scrolling through trying to find it. This is a very big document, but it does appear again.
Okay. And again, I can certainly take a look, and we can make some of those adjustments. These any of those diagrams, again, they are there for reference purpose, but they are not. They're not the only criteria that we will use in evaluating a future development application. But we can certainly take a look at those and make those changes to any of those diagrams.
Okay, it shows up again on page 152. So we just have the same diagram showing up twice that doesn't meet the requirements. So I think that any diagrams that show up in here should meet the requirements.
Okay, I'll certainly take a look at that.
That's one showing up twice.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Your page number doesn't correspond with the document I have here because I've just got a hard copy in front of me, but I'll take a look.
So it's in the
loading space.
Right. Oh, okay. So page 43 of the document. It's page 152 of our agenda, but page 43 of the actual document. That's the second time it shows up, and the other one shows up earlier. So it's showing a building and a drive-through facility. There's no loading dock. There's no garbage, ability to take away garbage.
Okay. We have no problem making those adjustments to the guidelines.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions? I'm not seeing any others. I'm not seeing any others. So we have a mover and a seconder. I'll call the vote at this point then.
So would that be, Madam Mayor, would that be as amended then, given
Yes.
Councillor Carruthers' suggestion? So
Yes.
the second clause would be amended. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. We are now at item J2, Development Services Planning Branch, Part Lot Control Exemption Bylaw, Minto Communities, PLC 2004. Could I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation as presented on the agenda, please?
So moved.
Councillor Roy DeClemente and Councillor Foster, thank you very much. And at this time, I'll call on General Manager Minto to provide a brief overview.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this part lot control bylaw is for the purposes of the subdivision and sale of 13 townhome units on Blackpool Lane. They're currently under construction in the Minto community, the southeast quadrant of Second Concession and Doan Road.
Thank you. Any questions, comments at this time? I'm not seeing any. I will call the vote then. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We will move along. Mr. Ramuno, are there any other business from Development Services at this point?
Madam Mayor, I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we will move along to item K, and that's Emergency and Community Safety Services. We have one item on the agenda, Emergency and Community Safety Services Memo, Council Consideration for Regional Fire Service Review. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DeClemente, and a seconder, Councillor Crone. Thank you very much. Chief Mackenzie, could you provide a brief overview, please?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
before we move to Chief Mackenzie, I just would like clarification from the mover and the seconder on the resolution. There was an either or on the agenda. It's either to proceed with the study or does not proceed with the study. And prior to moving to Chief Mackenzie, CEO Webster would like to make some comments.
So I'll go back to the two that moved it. Would you like to hear from Mr. Webster before you decide whether you will be supporting or not supporting a potential study?
It's Councillor Roy DeClemente here. My intent had been that we would not be proceeding, but happy to reserve that until we've heard from Mr. Webster and Chief Mackenzie and our colleagues here. I don't want to preclude any of this discussion unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. And our seconder, Councillor Crone.
Yeah, happy to go along.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead. Mr. Webster first, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before us currently is a joint memorandum prepared by myself and our Chief, Robert Mackenzie. Chief Mackenzie's had, over his career, a number of opportunities to work with various municipalities. He's worked with some of the larger fire services with full-time firefighters and full-time complement entirely in Markham and Richmond Hill. And he's also served as chief in Stouffville, which is very similar to us, and it has a composite department, which which I'll explain just briefly. I think council knows what a composite department is, but for those in the public that might be of interest, our community for many, many years and decades has been served with over 80 paid on call firefighters that are also known as volunteers, but they're much more than volunteers. These are folks that put their lives on the line. They're highly skilled and highly trained. And we have moved over the last 7 or 8 years to a full-time fire services for the town out at the Queensville station. However, the Hall Landing community and the Mount Albert community and other parts of the town are still well served by paid on call firefighters. The notion of a regional fire service has been around for many decades as well. And I think one just has to look at regional police services, which at one point, as Doug Strong, a former bylaw officer of ours, noted, used to have their own departments. There was a Richmond Hill Police Department at one point, and a Markham, and that was amalgamated many different years ago. Regional emergency services is another one more recently, which went from a hybrid model of public-private to a service provided on a regional basis by York Region. This request has recently come up shortly after the last election. It was discussed at the regional level, and I believe it came out of the town of Aurora, specifically the request to take a look at a regional fire services. What we can apprise is for an initiative of this scale to proceed successfully, it has to have the largest cities at the helm wanting to participate. And what we're aware of now is that the cities of Vaughan and Markham, two largest municipalities in York Region, are not in support of this initiative. And as well, the town of King, which is a fully paid on call volunteer community, similar to we were many years ago, did not support the initiative. Based on that, my discussions with my colleagues and regional CAO McGregor are that this will have no likely move forward at the regional level. We've noted that in this report. As a matter of fact, Mr. McGregor indicated he will be providing a report to not move forward with this for regional council's consideration. One of the things that this memorandum does point to is the highly successful initiatives we've undertaken with our northern partners and communities, and often referred to as the Northern Six. And we have left the door open for council to provide direction that, while not in support of the full regional initiative at this time, that move towards working more closely in collaboration with our partners. In particular, for those areas, as the chief might want to explain, might not be in the actual suppression or firefighting, but might be in those other areas that make a full fire services, the prevention, the education, the training, procurement, just to name a few. So those are some introductory comments. I'll ask the chief to fill in any blanks, and I know there will be some comments and questions from council as well. So maybe I could ask Chief McKenzie to provide his perspectives as well.
Thank you, Mr. Webster, and thank you, Madam Mayor. There's not a lot that I can add that the CO hasn't already stated. I agree wholeheartedly with him. I just would like to reiterate that we do have a high-functioning composite department. The past 10 or 12 years, we have seen a number of quality efficiencies with working within the N6, and there are some future incentives to remain working with those groups, and I'm eager to take on that task of, enhancing the recruitment area, talking about maintenance for our larger vehicles, just to name a few. So, with that, I'd like to see if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Morton, question?
No, not at well, I guess what I'm a little confused on whether if we support the motion, is it just going to be going forward to a little bit more? Are we actually to move forward with a full York Region Fire Department?
Your Honor, through you, I apologize. That was broken up. I didn't get that whole part of the councillor's question.
Okay. I just was asking if we were considering a review, but it would be for a regional fire service, actually voting for regional fire service.
So through you, Your Honor, if I heard the councillor correctly, I think that this was just an intent to perform a study about the pros or cons of a regional fire service.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. So I agree with the motion that we don't proceed with a regional study, but there had been some talk about an N4 and 6. Is it possible to be putting something together with that just to kind of show what the upside and downside is of various models?
Your Honor, through you to Councillor Crothers, absolutely. There's lots of opportunities with some of the opportunities we can capture with the N4 because they represent fully volunteer or composite, and some are we can capture with the N6 that would include Central York, which is a full-time department. So there are a number of things that we can do on our own.
So do we need a motion to ask staff to do that, to ask staff to look at that, or is that implied through this memo?
Through you, Your Honor, to Councillor Crothers. That's been on our table for several years, and it's part of our work plan every year is to work collaboratively with them. So we meet regularly, and we're working issues all the time. So you can put a motion on the table or to light a fire if you want, so to speak, or we can just say, yeah, we're working on it.
Okay, because as I said when this came up last time, that I want something that I can point to when people say, what are the benefits, what are the upsides, what are the downsides? There is a lot of feedback on this. I apologize, I don't know how to fix that. Anyways, I'm happy to put a motion on the table to ask staff to report back on various options under an N4, N6 type scenarios.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I had the opportunity to have a long conversation with Chief Mackenzie and CAO Webster. I too have been through some of the wars to do with regional fire. It's been around for a long time. There are obviously some good points that can come from it, but I will say that the big three on the bottom end are not very likely to be as in favor as some of the smaller departments may be. But I wholeheartedly agree that there's lots of opportunity for collaboration from some of the departments that choose to work together. And again, those possibilities for collaboration have been tried before, and there's been successes. And then, sometimes you kind of fall away from it and somebody brings it up and you go back to it again. And I think that, with Chief Mackenzie and Mr. Webster, bringing that to the forefront now, I think there's an opportunity for lots and lots of collaboration, especially between departments that are kind of alike. So if we talk about Georgina and the town of East Gwillimbury and Richard Stovall, and even King to a certain extent. If you're, the recruitment aspect and recruit training and prevention and training as a whole, there are lots and lots of opportunities there. So I completely agree that we should explore that opportunity, and as those opportunities come up, come back and let us know what's going on. There's absolutely no opportunity or no reason that this won't work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. I do see.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Madam Mayor, if I may go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Chief McKenzie, and I certainly support the amendment to the motion that Councillor Carruthers has put forward. I worry that if we just kind of drop it here, the question will always linger in the future. Did you look at this? I realize that there's challenges with Vaughn and Markham not being being at the table. But are we missing out? Intuitively, a lot of people think, well, if you amalgamate, it's going to be a more efficient run organization. We know that's not always the case. Certainly we saw with Toronto that, when they amalgamated all their cities together, things rose to the highest pay band for staff and that. So the savings weren't realized, certainly not immediately. I'm just wondering if I would really love to see something where we could study like a Northern 6, Northern 4, what that could look like. Certainly always in favor of collaboration and all that, but I worry that if we don't look at something and then we deny it, we're denying more information that we can share. And I would like to say, if we're not going to go ahead with it, that's fine, but at least let's have some reasons and rationale behind it so that we can say, this is why we're not amalgamating, or this is why we are, whatever. I just would like to have, all the available information. Secondly, I guess I was just wondering, has anyone talked to, our staff, the guys, our first responders? What has been their sense on this? I'd be very curious to hear what they have to say, pro or con. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Roy DeClemente and then Councillor Foster.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess what I did do is I threw up something in the chat and believe the clerk has pasted it onto the screen. But for me, I can't envision a circumstance where we would be in a position to for such a high level of service for less money than we are already paying on a cost per capita. We are already very cost effective to our taxpayers, and I value the contributions of our paid on call firefighters far too much to jeopardize that service model that we've established. What I wanted to say was that when we adopted our fire master, as part of that master plan, there was a mechanism in place that provided for that collaboration and partnership. We just at our last meeting had 4 different agreements that we use for mutual aid and so on across the area, not just N4 or N6, but also with other townships. So for me, I think it's actually a little inappropriate to suggest to our taxpayers that collaboration and partnerships and cost savings and those sorts of things aren't already happening. And so for me, I think it behooves us to, if we want to put something on the table, which it sounds like we do, that we simply reiterate our direction to the chief to work with his partners. The documents are already there. When we did a joint fire master plan process with our N4 partners, we saved money and we identified things that they could do. That's what was in the collaboration and innovation report that was outlined in the memo to us today. So my motion was that we do not support studying a regional fire service, but that we reiterate our direction to the chief, because we've already provided that when we did our master plan, that we reiterate our direction to him to continue to deliver on positive operational savings and efficiencies and so on. So from that perspective, that was my intent here, was to simply to keep moving us forward and to keep doing what we're already doing, which is providing a cost-effective service model with opportunities for working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did, Madam Mayor, and I won't make this any longer than we have to. I support Councillor Roy DiClemente's rewriting of the motion there. That makes a lot of sense. One thing that came to mind when Councillor Crone mentioned about talking to staff and seeing what they think. I think if you talk to a number of firefighters across the region, big departments, smaller departments, full-time or paid on call, it might be split right down the middle on who is in favor and who is not. So I'm not sure exactly what you would get from that. There would be lots of good ideas. But one of the things that came to me too, there may be a lot of members of this council that aren't really up on the way this has gone over the years. And Mr. Webster mentioned that it's gone on for decades, and it has. And I think that, maybe it might be an idea that we consider getting a bit of a history put together on nothing maybe more than why this regional fire department idea has failed, or not necessarily failed, but hasn't gone forward many times before. One of the things that I mentioned in my conversation with Chief McKenzie and Mr. Webster was, a study is not a bad idea, but I'm certainly not in favor of hiring a consultant and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to get that kind of information. There's lots of history. There is lots of opportunity for us to get some of that history. And when I say that, I know that we have close working relationships with two former fire chiefs that were also former regional fire coordinators that could certainly give us a background. We have a retired deputy fire chief from Richmond Hill that lives right around the corner from the Civic Center. I mean, if we're looking for information, we might want to start and do a bit of a study on our own. And I think that would maybe answer some of the questions. And, I'm not so sure that after decades we've gone around, but we haven't certainly gone that far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Mayor, just a comment. I fully support both Councillor Roy DiClemente and any of the other comments that came forward in moving ahead with exactly the way we are, rather than going full time.
Thank you very much. I too have watched this for quite some time, and there's many reasons why it hasn't gone forward. I think in a situation like this, we have probably one of the best fire services in the region right now, and I would encourage our fire service to continue to seek out collaboration opportunities. We know that we work very well with Georgina and with Stouffville. In both cases, those municipalities have many similarities that we have. And I'm quite sure that while we have some things that we're working together on, that we could expand that in quite a different fashion and see some very different working together with those at least those two municipalities, if not more. So I'm certainly pleased that we are going to work with our other partners around. The importance of our paid on call cannot be underestimated. And there are people on council that have been here a lot longer than I have, but the paid on call people that we have here have looked after our community for many years, and I think it would be a very big disservice if we were to decide to amalgamate and no longer have our community people involved with it. So I'm happy where we're going, and I certainly will support the recommendation that we have coming up. So with that, if there are no other speakers, our motion, Mr. Clerk, do you have a little different motion than what we have written?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there was some discussions about amending the motion on the agenda. I'll read it out so that the public can hear it as well. It's be it resolved that Emergency and Community Safety Services Memorandum dated May 20th regarding council consideration for Regional Fire Service review be received, and that a letter be provided to the town of East Gwillimbury indicating that council does not support proceeding with a study on the potential creation of a regional fire service. The council reiterate our direction to the fire chief to continue to work with our municipal neighbors and partners on projects that deliver positive results, efficiencies, and possible operational savings, as outlined in the collaboration and innovation report and our joint fire master plans. And the council directs staff to report back on options for Northern 6 and Northern 4 collaborations with respective fire services.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on that motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it is my motion, and I wasn't intending to ask staff to report back on options because I think it makes us look as if we're not being as decisive as we might be able to be with respect to this issue. So the region has asked us, what do we think? Do we want to study it? I think we don't want to study it. We want to reiterate our position. If we want a separate report from the...
Yes. Thank you. So with that, I'm assuming everyone has the spirit of the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We are now at item L on our agenda, Community Parks, Recreation, Culture. We have one item on the agenda, that's Community Parks and Recreation Branch, COVID-19 and summer events.
I'll move it.
Second.
Thank you very much. And GM Karmazin, could you provide a brief overview, please?
Through you, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an update memo related to our summer special events, including working with our partners with Public Health and the Farmers Market to plan a potential opening of a safe, physically distanced market in July, a virtual Canada Day event in partnership with the Sharon Temple, and then as well a physically distanced outdoor concert series in partnership with the Stardust Drive-In in Sharon. Happy to answer any questions related to the memo.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Is there any other business, General Manager Karmazin, at this time regarding CPRC?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just two very brief updates. As indicated by CEO Webster, with the lifting of some restrictions on parks, we are working with staff to do a phased reopening of some parks amenities with public health precautions and hope to have an update very shortly. And with regards to camps, we're planning on an update for council and the public related to our summer camp session, possibly for council on June 9th, 2020.
So now it's back up again, I think.
Thank you. I understand that there is going to be some major announcements regarding summer activities on Friday. I've been told, so we'll hope that it's moving in the right direction. Are there any questions on those updates from members of council? I'm not seeing any. Then thank you very much, Mr. Karmazin. And we will now move to item M, corporate services. We have one item on the agenda, and that's corporate services finance branch. CS 2020-10 unaudited 2019 year and financial position. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone. Thank you. And Councillor Roy DiClemente. Thank you very much. At this time, General Manager Velchik, could you provide a brief overview, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a good news story. I can advise council that over the past few months, despite the fact that we've gone largely to remote work circumstances, our finance team has been very busy working on our year-end, our 2019 year-end, and through our first ever virtual or remote audit process. That audit process is underway, not yet completed. However, we do like to report to council each year with what we call our unaudited position, and we don't expect this position to change materially through the audit process. However, there can be some modest adjustments depending on what the auditor's findings are. The year-end position is a surplus position, and with your permission, Madam Mayor, I would just ask Warren Marshall to provide you with perhaps just a couple of highlights just to emphasize a few of the key points resulting from the 2019 unaudited year-end.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Velchich. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to highlight a couple of key points through our unaudited statements. The supplementary taxes, that makes up almost half of our operating surplus for the year. And that's mainly a result of MPAC catching up on doing their assessments on properties. So we are still experiencing growth. However, the growth is not as high as what we had experienced in the past few years. So we anticipate that in future years, this supplementary tax figure will be lower than it has been in the past. On the water and wastewater side, you'll see that we exceeded our budgeted amount that we had proposed to put into reserves. And that's mainly due to higher than anticipated flows that were used throughout the year. I wanted to point out to council that we are starting the process of updating our water financial plan, and the results of that will be recommendations on proposed rates for the next 5 years and proposed contributions to reserves. So we're hoping that that will happen in the fall, and that will feed into our budget process for the year. And finally, on the development and fee supported reserves, the reserve is used to mitigate the impact of fluctuations on development activity through the year. So some years will contributing to reserves, and some years will be drawing from the reserve. So you'll notice in the past 2 years, we've drawn about $1.5 million from the reserve. But it's interesting to note that the previous 4 years, we contributed over $16 million to the reserve. So that's where you see the ins and outs from the fluctuations of development activity. So through the 2020 budget, we also made some adjustments to what we were budgeting for draws coming out of those reserves to help show that we are trying to make the reserves more sustainable. And shortly, you will see a report that's going to be recommending some changes to our development fees. So those are all the points I want to make, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. I know that we're in the middle of our audit. Do we know when our audit will be completed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're hoping to bring the financial statements to you with a presentation from our auditors in the end of June.
Very good. Thank you. I knew that they were out there working, so I just wasn't sure how far along they were. That's great. Any questions of Mr. Marshall? I'm not seeing any. We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Is there any other business under corporate services, GM Velchik?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one item that we would like to update you on is just some of the preliminary, I guess, activity levels that we've seen in the grant program for our local businesses that Council recently approved. I know there's been at least a couple of council members that have been anxious and inquiring about sort of how that's rolling out to support our local businesses. So with your permission, I would just ask our Economic Development Manager, Margot Bejean, just to provide a very brief status update on how that program's going about a weekend.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. Through you, Madam Mayor, just wanted to let you know that we have 15 applications that have been submitted to date. Those 15, 9 are in the service sector, 3 are retail, 2 tourism industry, and 1 classified as other. We have another 6 applications that are pending. They've reached out to South Lake Community Futures and have indicated their intent to proceed, but have not completed the application yet. We're still working to try to build awareness and make sure that businesses are aware that this exists. We've reached out to every business through our outreach process via email to let them know. We've done a big social media push, but would certainly welcome your support in encouraging and getting the word out through your own channels as well as we go forward.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Any questions? Thank you for all the good work that you're doing. Those numbers are substantial. I would hope that there were more. On the other hand, perhaps people are not needing it at this time. We may see it as things start to change. Councillor Roy DiClemente, you had a question? Thought she did.
I think she's frozen, maybe?
I think she's frozen.
Yeah.
Okay, well, she'll, I'm sure, be in touch with you if we unfreeze her.
Well, we do. I just want to add that we do have the option to extend to another intake period if we find that folks haven't been able to process their applications within this first 2-week period. So if the funds are not expended, we can look at that. So.
That's wonderful. I do think that as time goes on, people thought that they could hang on and that they would be fine. And now they're seeing that the wave isn't over yet, and expectations of perhaps a smaller second one into the fall. They may have an opportunity to really sit down and think about the assistance that they're going to need. And we may have more even in the second wave than we do in the first. So thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Any questions? Members of council, any questions? I'm not seeing any. Very good. Thank you. Then we will move along to our next section, and that is administration. We have one item on administration, Business Solutions Advisory Team, BSAT, Presentation and Memo, Modernization Program Status Update number 1. And I will turn it over to our CAO, Mr. Webster, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're very proud of this next initiative. Province, shortly after its election to governance, announced some modernization funding for municipalities, and we received a significant amount. I think it was close to $750,000. And took a leadership position. And to the extent that our local MPP, Caroline Mulroney, came in several months ago to meet with our team and to find out what it is we were doing. And she'd heard about it, and she brought it back to her caucus. So this was an update today. Mark Velchich has led up our business transformation and modernization program. So with little else introduction, I'll pass it on to Mark, who will introduce the key members and co-chairs of our Business Solutions Advisory Team. So, Mr. Velchich.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. So thank you through you, Madam Mayor. This is actually a very exciting initiative for us, and we started this sort of push. Well, let me go back a little bit. Modernization and sort of looking for efficiencies and effectiveness is certainly nothing new in EG. And the CAO and Fire Chief spoke earlier about some of the innovative and creative practices we've had, the partnerships through the Northern 6 municipalities, some of the joint efforts that have resulted in significant efficiencies and improved effectiveness that our residents and taxpayers benefit from. So this modernization program, back in 2018, we started what we called the creation of a Business Solutions Advisory Team. And Ms. Hannah is going to speak just a little bit about that in a couple of slides. But that was really an opportunity for us to kind of identify some folks in the organization, and through Ms. Hannah's efforts and Ms. Lavardi, we've looked at that group has come up with a bunch of ideas that we're going to share sort of the status on. But before we get to that, in early 2019, we worked on sort of an identifying statement that really properly described what we believe the East Gwillimbury culture is. And we defined it through what we called our 4 sort of primary commitments. And those commitments were to creativity and innovation, customer experience. We want our customers to have an outstanding experience when dealing with the town. We're very much committed to, as I said earlier, and the CAO and Fire Chief commented on, the importance of partnerships and collaboration in the way we do business. And all along that that journey that we all have at work and in personal life, we're encouraging commitment to lifelong learning, training, and professional development. So next slide, please. So with that as a backdrop, I'm just going to turn it over now to Ms. Hannah, because through her and Tara, they've really led this Business Solutions Advisory Team, and at this point can give you a bit of an update on how we've done so far, and more importantly, what we're doing with the much appreciated provincial funding that's been provided to us.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark. Before I go into each project, I just wanted to walk really quickly through the timeline that we've provided as well. So as Mark mentioned, in 2018, advisory team, also referred to as BSAT, and this group was developed to really make recommendations on business process solutions and to help achieve business efficiencies for the organization as a whole. So this group was really made up of different change agents in the organization who were excited to launch us down our journey of modernization. It really consists of a cross-section of employees from a variety of town departments. And in 2019, we were already working on a list of developed projects and innovative ideas that we wanted to move forward for the organization. So in March 2019, when the funding was announced for the town, that was really ideal timing for us. From the list that we were already developing, we went through and we did a ranking process so that we were able to identify the projects that we wanted to move forward. And those are the ones that were brought to council and approved in November of 2019. So as of today, we have some really great news. We have 3 of those projects that have now been completed. So I'm actually going to take a few minutes to walk through each of those. The memo does provide a more comprehensive update, but I just really wanted to touch on some of the high-level pieces for each of these projects. And following the presentation, if council does have any individual questions about any of these projects, we do have the team, the full team on board as well. So including Tara and myself, we have Angela Ramsey, who's the acting CEO of the library, Carolyn Saxton, our GIS coordinator, Chris Catania, manager of municipal facilities, Fernando Lamanna, the municipal clerk, Randy Bell, our manager of IT, and Val Dima, our manager of financial services. So this is the modernization project management team that's been leading each of these projects over the last few months. So to start with, I wanted to talk about the council chamber live streaming. So this is really our community engagement improvement project. As all of you would know, in 2018, when the new council came on board, we did launch the council live streaming platform. From there, we did identify a number of improvements that could be made to the system. Some of those things included multi-camera angles, so looking down at the council as well as at a speaker. Also using the PowerPoint view for presentations, similar to how you're seeing this presentation right now. So this funding was really used to introduce those new improvements so that we could enhance the public's experience with live streaming. And with the recent changes for COVID-19, this project has actually played a really pivotal role in the success of onboarding our new electronic council meetings, our virtual staff town halls, and even our ability to do Facebook Live through Teams. So it was really great that we had those already in place as we started to move forward. The next project is the digital project window, which is now set up and operational at our operations center. It's also anticipated that later this summer, depending on the construction timelines with COVID-19, we'll also take a second camera and set that up at a major park project over the summer months. And then once those two projects are completed, we can actually repurpose those cameras and send them to different areas as well. The phone system automation and upgrades are also now complete. Those included an upgrade to our server, as well as the addition of the voice recognition for the call center. So that really would just help redirect calls as they came in. And it also provides additional reporting for our customer service team. So this project was also completed in February, which was prior to the facility closures for COVID-19. And this is another project where the work that we did beforehand really enabled us to be in a really good position as we responded to the changes with COVID-19. So because of those upgrades that were completed, we were really able to reconfigure our call center very quickly because we had the control because of those software upgrades. So we were able to have that adapt to temporary operations very, very quickly. So it was really great for our team. The next project that's ongoing is our website enhancement redesign project. This is really for our new platform as well as a refresh of all of the content on the website. Council approved that award in April. And we're really focusing on this as a special project during the COVID-19 response. Previously, our plan was to actually hire a contract staff member to come in and assist with the redevelopment of the content of the website, just for a bit of a refresh to have someone designated to that. But because we have staff who are working from home, this is a really great project for a lot of staff to spend the time to look at municipal best practices that are out there and compare what we currently have on our website and take the time to really enhance the site and information that they want to see there. The next exciting project is our resident self-serve portal, which creates that online portal or online account where residents can access tax and water bills online, and they can also pay for transactional items online. So that's things such as parking tickets and pet licenses. We know that with the current COVID-19 response, this is really a priority project for the organization. We want to make sure that we're pushing this forward as quickly as we can, and staff are working on it. The financial software upgrade has been scheduled for late May, beginning of June this year, and online account access is expected to be rolled out by Q3 2020, with those online payments available by Q4 2020. So we're definitely moving forward with that one. The library has also initiated the purchase of their mobile locker, and the shipment is actually scheduled for fall 2020. So the team will be moving that one forward, and they're looking to place it potentially at the East Gwillimbury GO station. And considering some of the recent changes with COVID-19, we expect there actually will be an increased appetite for a project such as this, because we knew that it was something people were looking for beforehand, especially with the way that people are focusing on curbside pickup. We anticipate that this will be definitely a very interesting project moving forward. For our enterprise content management, so that's our ECM project, This is really just helping to develop that information filing cabinet, is what we like to call it. It really is our corporate standards. It helps us to make sure that we have the proper data security, that we're integrating all of our data, and it's really our records management practices. So with that, we'll be able to increase how quickly staff can access information and make sure that it's accurate when they do get it. The RFP was launched for this project in April, and the bid is actually closing today. And the last project I wanted to touch on was our Info Now. So this is one of those more complicated projects. And if you recall back to a previous council presentation, it is the image where it was in the middle. And if you want to find out information about one property, there's all these different places that you may have to go to get that. But this project brings it all together. So staff can find data more efficiently and it will be more accurate. It's really a back-end integration of systems at the town. So staff have actually completed the initial research for this project, and they've developed the conceptual model for how this will be working, and they're actually meeting with vendors right now to interview them and discuss prototypes of how this will be built out. So once a vendor is selected, IT staff will continue to develop the functionality and integrate in the back end with our systems. And for this project, phase 2, it really needs the completion of the ECM project to continue to move forward. So the two projects are somewhat intertwined with one another. So what will happen with this one is it'll mostly be behind the scenes and will likely be the last modernization project that will be complete, but we'll continue to develop it behind the scenes. We'll continue to test it with staff. And as we move forward, we'll bring updates on how this one is progressing as well. I'll now pass it over to Tara to talk about our journey forward.
Thank you, Laura. As you're already aware, the Modernization Provincial Grant funding of $725,000 came at a very pivotal time and has helped us in our ongoing efforts to make sure that we're operating as efficiently as possible as we continue to deliver the much-needed services that our residents have come to expect and depend on. Shortly after this, in late fall of 2019, Province announced another round of funding as part of the new Municipal Modernization Program, which allowed municipalities to apply for funding to undertake expenditure reviews with the goal of finding service delivery efficiencies and lowering costs in long term. In early December of 2019, staff submitted a statement of expression to the province, and the town was a successful recipient of $85,000 to carry out a municipal service delivery review. One of the main criteria to securing this fund is to include the use of an independent third-party reviewer who would identify savings and efficiencies and would then present an actionable series of recommendations. To date, we've had a lot of success working with Diverse Systems Group, also known as DSG, and staff recommend that DSG assist us in carrying out the service delivery review project as they have intimate knowledge of our organization. In terms of the next steps moving forward, staff will provide further reporting in Q3 of 2020, and we will continue to focus on modernizing business practices and aligning them with the town's COVID-19 recovery plan. As for the service delivery review project, as I mentioned earlier, one of the conditions of securing this fund is to confirm the independent third-party reviewer. The proposed resolution that you can see on the screen before you enables staff to meet the provincial requirement by confirming the independent third-party reviewer, and it will further assist staff in completing the interim progress report, which is due on June 15th, 2020. This actually brings us to the end of the presentation, and we're more than happy to answer any questions or take any comments at this time.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to the team. This is really quite an accomplishment. Well done. Are there questions or comments? Perhaps I will take a mover and a seconder first, and then we'll go into questions and comments. Moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Roy DeClemente. Go ahead now. There were some questions. Councillor Crone, I think you had your hand up first.
No, I was just raising my hand to move.
Thank you. Questions from members? No questions? That's a pretty complete report when there's no questions from 7 members of council. Well done. Well done. With that, then I will ask, at this point, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Kathy, where are you?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. And there are no opposed. That's carried. Thank you very much. Well done, team. Now we are just completing up the administration. Mr. CAO, is there anything else under administration at this time?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We now are going to move to item O, correspondence for consideration. Mr. Clerk, can you confirm we have no items under this correspondence today?
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We're now at item P, which is resolutions. Mr. Clerk, can you confirm we have no resolutions today?
Also correct, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And the next item is item Q, bylaws, and we have one bylaw listed on the agenda, I believe. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the bylaw, please? Councillor Crowe and Councillor Morton. Thank you very much. Do members have any questions or comments regarding the bylaw at this time? Seeing none, if there are no others, then I would call the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We're now under item R, other business. We have workshop topics. Mr. Webster, could you please provide an overview for us?
Madam Mayor, we find the workshops to be very useful for Council's consideration. Our most recent one on the Health and Active Living Plaza generated a lot of good discussion. So the two topics we're proposing to bring forward for June 16th at 10 o'clock a.m. would be strategic real estate acquisition. Whereas a municipal entity, we may look at some properties of interest to further the municipal agenda. And two, large projects. So these would be significant projects. Our operations center build, or two significant park redevelopments and other capital projects, Judah Doan Road connection to Leslie. So we would like to walk council and the public through 5 or 6 of our key projects that we'd like to provide updates for status and that would be the two topics for that. We anticipate probably about a 2-hour time slot.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding those topics? We'll save the questions for the workshop then. Thank you very much. And at this time, then, we would move to item R2, Committee of the Whole and Council Work Plan for 2020, Mr. Webster.
Madam Mayor, I weekly deal and communicate with the fellow York Region CAOs, and as well serving on the Ontario Municipal Administrators Board allows to see how other municipalities are governing this pandemic and the whole issue of continued governance during the closures and recovery of the economy and the communities. At this point, what we're proposing for June is to utilize the existing system for the 2 meetings. We feel that it's worked well. We're dealing with the COVID items. We're beginning to increasingly populate our agendas with some strategic items. And so we're proposing for the 2 June meetings to keep them at 1 o'clock in the similar format, and then continue to monitor the federal and provincial engagements and directives, and we will reserve judgment for July and thereafter on how we may constitute meetings moving on. It was interesting listening to the Prime Minister today in his daily briefing. He was talking about the House of Commons having a little bit of physical attendance and as well virtual attendance, and that might be some options that we start looking at if we can start reopening the chamber. And you know, I think it's paramount that we do start getting back to some normalcy in some of our activities when we can. So we will again wait for the right time, but we will continue to engage council. But we thought it would be important to at least move forward in June in a similar manner as to what we have been dealing with this past several council meetings.
Thank you very much. Are there members that have any questions of our CAO?
Yes,
Councilor
Madam Mayor.
Persicini, go ahead.
My idea, Gina sent me an email regarding what, to get some feedback. Well, my feedback would be when we reopen is to wait until what other municipalities do and use their formula instead of just jumping into something and all these ideas we may have may not work for us. Let's see someone else what they do and utilize their formulas and be safe. That's my suggestion, and I hope my colleagues believe in this is a good one because we don't want to go too forward and far back. Anyway, that's my thought.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? I think this, Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thanks. I think when we're talking about moving forward, it has to always be with safety first. We're doing very well here, working remotely, and I think sometimes we can get caught up in thinking how important our work is, that we have to be there face to face, but safety has to go first. And I always think of our town as a leader. I don't like following blindly what other people do, but I think it's good to Councillor Persicini's point, let's look at what other people are doing. Let's measure it against what we know is right and what we think is safe. I think that we're going to have to really consider duty to accommodate people who don't feel it's safe to come into work. So, I was listening to something from the Privy Council the other day talking about opening up the federal government, and they're saying 25% by December. So they're talking about a very slow comeback. And actually, it's a very good presentation if you haven't seen it already that talks about the things that need to be considered. So after listening to that presentation, I'm not ready to be rushing our employees back into the town hall anytime soon, that's for sure. I'll share it with you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? We lead in many things. One, I don't think we want to be a leader. We want to proceed very cautiously.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Mr. Webster?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor, other than we do have some matters to consider in Camera and Special Council sessions subsequent to this public council session.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move into item S, and that is close meeting. To proceed into a closed meeting of municipal council for a personal matter about an identifiable individual or individuals, municipal 2392B, letter of credit, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before an administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act Section 2392E, cannabis. Let it be resolved that council proceed into a closed meeting of municipal council to deal with the following matters. Personal matter about an identifiable individual or individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, letter of credit, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local boards, Municipal Act Section 2392E, cannabis production. Could I please have a mover and a seconder to proceed into closed session at this time?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Morton, Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion is carried. Please, we'll just wait a couple moments until we know that we are definitely in private session. Take a breather. Thank you very much. We're back from private session now. And we are just going to conclude our afternoon. And at this point, could I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn the meeting? Oh, sorry, I need the confirming bylaw first, correct?
Madam Mayor, if we can have a mover and a seconder for the rise and report from the closed session today.
Yes, thank you. Rise
5:11 p.m.
Happy to do.
Councillor Morton, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pursuant to the closed session, we have two resolutions that are being voted on in open session. Deputy Clerk Lajavardi, can you put the first one up with regards to the release of letter of credit, please?
Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? If you could speak to me, I don't have faces here right now.
Councillor Crothers.
Thank you.
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Any questions? All those in favor? That's carried.
Yeah.
Following that, Madam Mayor, we have a second resolution that comes from out of closed session, and it's with regards to the cannabis productions, and you need a mover and a seconder for that.
I'll move.
Councillor Persicini and Councillor Morton. Okay. Any questions? All those in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe you're on now on confirming bylaw and adjournment.
A mover and a seconder for the confirming bylaw, please. Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. And an adjournment moved by Councillor Foster, Councillor Roy DiClemente. All those in favor? That's carried. And thank you. We have concluded our meeting today. Thank you very much. 5:13.
Go enjoy the sun, guys.